All right. I wasn't gonna really. I was having a hard time hitting that go live button today, but I'm here now. So let's go. There's some other stuff I should have probably done first, but I wanna look at this project I'm working on. So that's what I'm gonna do right now. Okay. Let me get some musics. Stream looks like everything's working good. It's like a weird thing in my throat. I went to sleep too late last night. I should have been more responsible and went to sleep earlier. You know, you win some, lose some. Gosh. Okay, so I'm really trying to understand the interaction of this chat. I don't get it even now, but so here's my network. Okay. Coffee. Okay, so so there was a he was saying like not to use unique names. I could see that being a thing, right? Because unique names are kind of weird when you're networking. Fit content must be true, otherwise the label will have no height. Okay, so it's important here that the size is correct. Submit chat message. hot here. Crap, I might have to turn my fan on. Oh. I feel like my computer's running really slow. I wonder why. Close some more stuff, maybe? That's fine. I do have 2 instances open. Oh, this feels better now. Okay. Oh. Hey Code, what's up, man? So what I'm trying to do now is make user connection notifications if you have any suggestions. Those are booleans though. I just want to fire it on when the connect function is. It's weird because when you see how when I first type, it doesn't put it in my own at first, and then when I come over, then it puts it in both of them. So like, let me put all these A's, right? And then here, it doesn't show it in my own chat. So it's not going back to the same chat. Hey, Varkeys. Wow, everyone's here already. See that? Where with this one, it yeah, it doesn't post to your own, which is kind of odd. If you want to tell me how to do that, I wouldn't mind. So basically, from what I understood, the main thing I was doing wrong is I was trying to call in RPCs in chat, and then you said, I don't know. Just make a label and add it to chat box. I don't know what you mean. Oh. I don't know what that means. Just make a label and add it to chat box. I feel like it's something I say a lot. Like people be telling me clues and I'm like, I don't understand what you mean. Let me try see if I can interpret it. So he's saying just make a label. What does that mean? Like make a new node? Like make a new label node? I'm assuming that's what he means. And if that's what he means, and he's saying make a new label node, I don't know what to do. Like, is he saying make another label node UI node, like another node on top of the thing and just put them in the same place so that they sync up? That wouldn't work. Yeah, I don't know. That it's one of those times where you ask a question, you get an answer, and it makes you more confused than before you ask the question. He did a thing here where there's like a fit content thing. I saw in yours code, you did something like this too. It's because the synced one doesn't have a default height or something like that. I don't know. I don't totally understand it. Like you have to set the height of the chat box when you create the child. This is getting really painful. Like, I'm more confused now that I'm looking at all this than I was before. This whole thing has just been like a mess. So I understand the part about not using RPCs in the chat. That makes sense. You can only use RPCs if you have it synced to the server. That's why I was able to do it locally before, but not over a server. work out of the box, but retake needs to have this property to be true if you put in a size managing container, I believe. More confused. Feeling more confused now. I think I'm just maybe not smart enough. Because that just made me feel more confused. Getting more and more confused every second I'm online. Let me try and see if I can ask a question that will help me understand what you're saying. It's just Godot doing things? Oh, so just accept it? Sorry, I missed the question. Me too. He said make a label and add it to the chat box. To make it, because this is not at all even close to being usable, right? Because it's like you have to show your own chat messages in chat. Let me open the project real quick. Yeah, I didn't change anything. Well, I kind of added one little thing, but it's practically nothing. Maybe I should just change this to get local. Well, the RPC ID 1 is making it so it'll only submit the chat to the server. I feel like maybe I should try to start another project from scratch just so I can learn it a little bit better. Has nothing to do with networking. I mean, it has something to do with networking. Maybe you're saying that it's not gonna use the server. But it's an exaggeration to say it has nothing to do with networking. Am I out of my depth here? Like, should I even try to do something like this? No, when you press enter key, the message in your client, you are just not making the label to display it right now. So do you make an additional child? Is that what you do? Man, I don't understand Godot's networking like it. Like, I don't even understand what you changed. It's so sad. Say the save function will only add messages to other channels. Okay, so now we're getting specific. That's something I can understand. Okay, so the save function in chat.gd okay, this one. Because you don't need networking to add messages in your own chat, yes. Okay. So the save function will only add messages to other clients. Because it's doing this add. To call the save data in post chat in chat.gd. chat.gd. You can just call say data in post.chat.gd. You can just call say data in post.chat.gd. So you just do like say like that. Just write say data above. Okay. Okay. Now it prints your own stuff. Cool, and on the other one. That was easy fix. Thank you so much. Okay, so I kind of get that. So basically I have a separate one for local and a separate one for the network. That works. That's a good, my brain understands that. I would also like to add a post chat that detects when people join. So like, I would like it to say like blank joined the game. Okay, so here are the things I gotta do. Like today. I'm gonna put them right here. So I want stuff for, what is it, the 11th, 12th? Stuff for, I know it's not the 11th for you, for 4/11/23. So I want to make it so join / disconnect. All right, let's do it separate. Join message, disconnect message. I also eventually I'll probably add colors with the BB code, but I don't want to do that yet. Join message, disconnect message, and then I got to set up the player. I've thought about putting the server up already, but I don't really want to do that yet. So what can I grab? And this can be local. So if they do it, then I can do a post chat. Or wait, let's look at it. So post chat shares, submit message. Now this, I just needed to show on your own. Oh, and the other thing I need to do, set up the screen names to work with chat. So that's really the top three mainly. Okay, so the submit chat message. have to make the username become, so I have, I don't really need the oh, on client connected. So I think I probably will do that, but what I want to do first is make it so it says the screen name. So, because that I kind of have a little bit more of an idea of how to do it, so I want to do that first. If you log in and then you write something, I want it to grab your screen name. The screen name, at least for now, I'm setting it in game data here, and it's email. So when you log in, it sets your local game data as, I covered this to obfuscate the API, so I can change it later. Anyway, login, sign up. There's this email here, and this gets saved to the game data. Here it is. Okay. So email, game data email equals email. Okay, so where is that? Okay, so here, when you push sign up, when you push the button or you click, when you create an account or you push the button, your game data email becomes email. And this saves to this. So then this email string, which should be accessible globally, now you have your username here. But maybe this should be done somewhere else. No? So for username, I can just use we're going to make another conditional here. So if username equals null, username equals unknown. Be back, gotta step away. Replace this with username. Yeah, I made a game data singleton. So basically it's checking to see if there is a username, right? And if there's no username, it's gonna make it unknown. And then it'll plug the username into the data here. Now it's a little weird because this is not showing, I'm not seeing, when I see the submit chat message and the say data, I'm not seeing the username right now. So let me go look at the network. under say. See how that is set up. Here it is. Okay, so say var message equals, okay, so I just have to edit the message. So that say will now say message equals no, in say you only add the message to the label. So I can just make a string with the say. So I can do message equals I don't know how to do this. Just add data username to the message.ttx. I mean, I don't even really need to go that deep. I can just grab it right from here. It's already formed. I guess I can do it that way too. So I would just do either way, data.username. It's with a capital N, camel case. Add it to the message.txt. Not there. Oh, yeah, to that string. I see. My bad. I forget how to do strings. I might have to look it up. Yeah, I forget. I don't remember how to do a string. Let me look it up real quick. Make your life simple and just use the plus sign. Does that work in GDScript? Can I just do like username dot or data dot username? I don't think this works, man. What do you mean, of course? It doesn't work. The way you do strings in message text dot data username plus data message. Oh, but I need the semicolon though. I need the semicolon. Otherwise it won't be comprehensible. That works? Okay, we're gonna see if you're telling the truth. Bro, I think you're making stuff up. I don't think this works. You would never lie to me? It's not about lying. It's about just being wrong. I don't think you're right here. I think this is wrong. I don't think this is the way you're supposed to do it. Maybe take the spaces out. Username is not a string. Okay. I learned how to do it the other way when I first set this up. Oh yeah, it works super good. You're spelling it wrong with a lowercase n. It's bugging me. Oh yeah, because data is declared here in the post chat. Just grab the var, dude. Why are you making it so complicated? This might not work. Just grab the local variable. Like I was gonna do originally. Packed string array. String operator and it is a string though. Username is a string, dude. I'll try to do it though. Actually, I'm not positive. It might not be a string. Bro, I think it's the syntax, man. Game data, email are split. It's not the syntax. So it's something about the data not being loaded. It's not setting it when I log in. Unlogin button pressed. Game data.email equals email. I think username is null. Well, game data email is being set here. And then that would make this. This is my game data. Oh, game data is all lowercase. Why is that? It's spelled incorrectly. try to fix the spelling and see what happens. Game data is not even declared anywhere. I have to create it. Why is it capital D and capital G? I don't understand why that would be the case. This is where it's feeding it to. Why isn't it creating my email game data? Is it RPC'd or something? Oh, yes. That's why. Okay. Oh, it's auto-loaded. Wait a second, does that mean that if I start it again, it'll work? Why isn't it putting the game data in the game data? It worked before on my previous setup before I tried to migrate it over to Code Morris, but I don't know what happened. So it turns the email and logs in, but it also, I want it to save the email that you enter. And it's not wanting to do it. Why? Do I have to do like an export? No. That's not it. Like an on ready or something? I'm starting to hate Godot. Like, I feel like everything's right. And it was working before, and now it's not freaking working. How did it go from having that and to not having it? Gosh, I'm so negative. This game is killing my heart. I feel so limited. Oh my gosh. Why isn't this working? Don't you want to work? So the email arrives in the login button press, but when you assign it to game data, email is empty. Yes, it doesn't save it to game data. Hey, LNP. Yeah, dude, I was going to blow up your email inbox. I'll do a shout out while you're here. Shout out LNP Games. If you like coding streams, he's about 50% coding streams. Did I do the shout out wrong? I have about 10% of my disk space left, so 12K. No, I am. Here, I'll show you what I'm doing. Right now what I'm trying to do You actually might be able to help me with this, even though you're not a Godot guy. You can log in and create an account, right? And then I'm gonna make password recovery through email. I'll do that later. Or through like my website. Just connect to the Google Firebase. I'm using Google Firebase as the login authentication system. And now there's a chat, right, which works across multiple clients. See that? Now I'm just trying to get the label. For now I'm just creating a username. I'm trying to get the username that just uses the first half of your email before the @ sign. Eventually I'll make it so you can create your username, but I'm just trying to get up and running. But this is over a network with a dedicated server. It's local. Found the issue? What's the issue, Varkeys? You can't do username equals game data split in chat.gd like that. Why not? That's what I would do in JavaScript. I can't do this. So it was actually saving it. That's the point. The user isn't logged in. Oh, so maybe I can just declare this variable. Well, needs to be in the login function. Hey, I tried to do a shout out. It didn't work. I don't know how to use Twitch. No, it needs to be in the login function. Oh my gosh. I get it now. It just needs to be in the login function. Bro, that's how I used to get by when I worked in tech. Just say something that's like not wrong, but it's like kind of like useless and meaningless. Oh yeah, you just it's just a net, it's a DNS thing. Oh, good times. I miss those days. Oh, it's just your IP. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. It's like so broad, it's like, oh, it's just the internet, you know? How did you do that? How did you do that shout out? I want to do a shout out. Join us in following LMP games. Magic. Are you a mod, LMP? No, you're not. This code did it. / shout out. Oh, it's /. It's like this. Do you know this trick? It's been out for a while. It looks like that. So how can I? So it wasn't the syntax of my game data.email rsplit at true1. It's supposed to be username 1 or username 0, like this. Oh my gosh. Right? I'm so dumb. Anything outside of a function will run when the file loads. So you think I should put it in the save function, maybe? Where do you think I should put it? It's supposed to be username 0 like this, yeah? Is game data... game data is loaded when you open the app. And then you also can call it to do stuff later. The way Godot works is you set it in the project where certain scripts can be loaded automatically. So for game data for me is my script that I load all of my stuff in. Where my chat data is created. Should put it in the post chat function. Okay, I'll put it in the post chat function. I just removed the line at the top. I already have it. What line are you talking about? This isn't working. Remove var username equals game data email line. Why? But I need it to remove. I need it. I need the. Okay, so you're saying don't even create a variable? I think I have to convert it to a string. Like that. Yeah, you can do it without a var. Okay, that's fine. Expected end of statement found literal instead. I can do it without the string maybe. It should be a string. No, it gets converted to an array here. Why does it not like it? We can do it without the var, that's true. Game data.email rsplit. Yeah, so I have to restringify it. Restring it. But I still don't understand why this is expected end of statement after expression found literal instead. Oh, there's not a plus sign. Okay, now other shit's breaking. Oh, because there's no username, so I can put this pass back on. And then username unknown. If username... Okay, so what we're going to do is if username 0 equals unknown, then username... Wait, no. We can actually just say if email equals null, then email equals unknown. Yeah, I'm basically taking the email and taking the first half, and that's going to be a username initially for the prototype. Oh, game data.email. Oh yeah, that's okay. I'll do that. Game data.email equals null. Then game data.email equals unknown at lmpgames.com. It's not going to work how I have it. Of course it's not going to work. Username equals username 0. No, this won't work, dude. Yeah, Var, I gotta declare this separately, bro. You're not right. You're wrong. This has to be declared separately in a variable. Because it's not, this isn't what you say. You say, it's gotta look like this. Username 0. Like that. So I declare the username here. New data rsplit. Oh, okay, I can do that. That'll work. I see it. I see what you're saying. So after the rsplit, you put a 0, like that. Okay, yeah, no, that works. I'm good with that. No, it doesn't. You can just pull the element straight from the function return. Also, you won't need the string. You might in Godot. Because I'll try to remove the string. See what happens. Okay, we'll do it this way. So if game data.email, so we'll use this one then. So if this is null, we're gonna make game data.email.rsplit. Game data.email will equal, well, will this work? This seems crazy. If you do rsplit in the login function, you don't have to do it in chat.gd. I don't want to do it in the login function. I only need it for chat. I don't need it for the login. For the login, I'm only using the actual email. I'm just saving the login and then using it later. I don't want to do it in the chat. I want to do it in the, I mean, I don't want to do it in the login. I want to do it in the chat. This is just, I'm just saving it temporarily, but eventually I'm going to grab different data and put it to there. No, but I want to actually save their data. Like, okay, so just so you get like where I'm going, the chat is going to eventually not use this at all, right? I'm gonna have like their own username, which will be saved in the game data when you log in. And that's what I'll pull from. But right now I just didn't want to go through the extra. It's a little bit difficult with the way Firebase is set up to add a username. You could technically do it, but without having like a JSON or an SQL database or something, it's like, it's easier just to have an email and a password. So I'm just using the email as like a prototype password. I don't want to add a username to the game data because there's no way to use that for verification. Like, it's just going to be saved locally. What sense does that make? If you can't save your login name on the server, what's the point? That makes no sense. I'll add login like usernames when I add a database to display it in chat like I'm trying right now. But I just want to display the front of their email. I'm like almost done. And then you're like trying to do something like totally separate and add all these new features and change all this stuff that is totally going to sidetrack everything. That's not what we're doing. We're not creating a username. Okay? I don't want to create a username. I don't want to add stuff to the game data. That's not what I'm going to do. We're going to finish this, which is like pretty much done. And then I'm going to move on to the next thing. I'm not going to go do something that's going to take me another 3 days to figure out how to do. It makes no sense. I didn't change anything. I just did what you said in a way it works in Godot. I mean, it doesn't work for me in Godot. So what good is it? I think I discussed this enough. You already know what I want to do. So I don't really. Moving on. So. Of course I don't know what you said. Of course I don't know what the F you're talking about. A freaking course. To you, I know it seems easy. I know you're just like, oh yeah, add a username, no problem. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to mess with that right now. It's going to take me 2 days to figure out. Of course I don't know what you said. A freaking course. Of course I don't know how to do it. I'm wrong? What does that mean? I don't understand most of the stuff you're saying in my chat. Because I don't know how to use Godot. And I don't want to figure out how to implement a username feature into another thing. It's madness. It doesn't require any more discussion. I appreciate you helping me, but like you said, what I told you doesn't work. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, so I'm getting close here. Oh, we got a raid. Practical NPC. Another Godoer. I wonder if another shout out left. Been raided, son. I'm your dad. You don't call me son. I'll do the shout out. F3NN East. That's a freaking name, dude. F0X. Got it. Welcome, guys. Check out my game. Follow this guy. What's my game about? Well, that game I just sent you is an RPG that I made with RPG Maker. It's still kind of a ongoing project, but I've been kind of taking a break from it recently. It's free on Steam and Android Play Store. The Steam version is a little bit more polished, but the Android version is good. It's good. I'm proud of it. What I'm working on right now is trying to do some networking with Godot. Kind of trying to make like a top-down game, and also it's hard. It's hard. It's challenging for me. Godot for a shiny new multiplayer abstraction. I don't know how shiny it is. And I don't really use terminology like that. Is that a common thing, like in the industry, to call a multiplayer feature like an abstraction? I mean, I guess it makes sense in the literal sense. Is abstraction a word that programmers use? I've not heard that. But yeah, they have some new multiplayer features. And is a type way to define a class. Oh yeah, I know that context. Thank you for the follow. Mr. Johannes Life has followed. Why is it expecting a close here? Comma? Did I miss a comma? Oh. Yeah, a comma is a close. Username not declared. Yeah, in that function, yeah. I need to create a var username. See, look, you haven't even done Godot and you already understand GD script, LMP. You already know it better than me. Frick you, man. Come in here and teach me how to use this language you've never used before. It is easy to understand when you look at it though, huh? Frick you, dude. You're lucky you're my only sub. You're quite literally... You're quite literally my only sub. So I sort... No, any programming language translates. GDScript is super simple. Some of the functions I have to like really look up because the way they come about it from a conceptual position is like weird. Like they have a unique fundamental ways of looking at what the functions do. So you have to kind of understand it almost in like a philosophical sense. It's very, it's very abstract. It's an abstraction. I guess I just don't talk to other programmers enough. I haven't really heard that. Okay, so I guess I can declare this. In the data, username is not declared. It's weird because this is like set up already. And it's like I'm trying to like backtrack and put the name in it, even though it's already like set up in the array. The way I'm doing it kind of makes like no sense. It's probably what Varis was saying. Varkeys. Suck with that name. Varkeys. Yeah. It abstracts code. Like in a painting, abstract means you like take it from reality and you represent it differently, right? So in art, I learned that there's like an idealism abstraction, which is like a superhero, for example, like Superman paintings. That's an idealistic abstraction. And then there's like the kind that Van Gogh did, which are like, there's another word that I forgot since I haven't been in college for a while. but it's not idealist. But I guess in code, there's like a... You take it out of reality. You take it from reality and put it in like another space. It kind of makes sense. I could put it in the say. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just do it here. So we'll do message or user name dot text equals none. Wait, you do username. Wait, no, this isn't gonna work. Var username. Wouldn't it be, it's an var username if game data email split. No. Okay, I got that. Game data.email.split at true 1 0 equals wait. Well, I just checked for null. You check for isn't null. And then you put an else. That's the same thing, isn't it? I guess it's not actually. So if it's not null, I guess that's more specific, but it's null. Is it bad to just check if it's null rather than check if it's not null and then use an else? Like, why would I use the else? Why wouldn't I just check if it's null rather than checking if it's not null and using an else? Like, there's probably a reason for that, but I don't know it. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I have no clue what returns if it can't split, because you want to hear a username if it exists and default if it doesn't. Okay, you win. You win this time. You win this time. So if it's not null, then nothing, then else. I think I gotta put a pass here. Username 0. Yeah. I think so. So what rsplit does is it breaks anything with an @ symbol into different parts of an array. Unless you're being intentionally verbose. Well, I just want to check if there is something there. If there's nothing there, then I want it to say unknown. Because otherwise it'll just look broken. Because sometimes when I'm testing, I want to see unknown there, so I know that it's still pulling the data, so I don't freak out and have a cry fit. Because that happens all the time to me. So we want to avoid those. Okay, so I'm actually kind of having fun. This is fun. I got to figure out this username data thing. So would I do something like this? I could do like I don't know. How do I fix this? Isn't this declaring it right here? Not declared. You can just do that, I guess. That should work. Okay, it broke. This is index 0 on base nil. Oh, wait. This should be this. There we go. Did I fix it? Yeah, baby! Okay, let's see if it works on multiplayer. It should. Yeah, baby! Cool, prototype ready. Okay, the next thing. So I can say, hey, LMP Games. This game is really well made by a master programmer, isn't it? Oh, dude, Godot's documentation is sad. It's actually kind of, as a content creator, it's kind of exciting in a way because there's like really no, like there's not really great information on Godot 4. All the people who know how to use it are just like people who use Godot 3 and then they kind of like just learn the updates. But like if you're trying to do 4 like as your first time using it, it's rough, dude. It's definitely rough. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is try to get the player on the screen. Yeah, they're very much in progress. I'm not trying to hate. I'm just saying, like, it's actually a really great opportunity. As a content creator myself, I definitely have to make some Godot tutorials. Like, that's something that needs to happen, like, soon. I got to try and pump a bunch out. Because it's easy content to get a lot of visibility and increase your following and all that. So that's something that I need to do. I think for me going forward, and this is kind of what you do too, LMP, is I'm gonna like plan a tutorial in the beginning of my streams, and then I'll just do it and I'll hit record on OBS during that part of the stream, and then I'll turn it off, and then I'll just do crap like this for like 5 hours, you know? So is this all just for YouTube content? Oh no way, man. I want to make a multiplayer top-down ARPG, bro. It's my dream. It's my dream. That's why I moved to America when I was in my youth to make my dream. I'm from the United States, even though I live in Hawaii, but it's still one of the states. And it's been in the states since I've been a kid, so I'm not from a different country. Although they used to say I wasn't part of America when I'd visit the South, they'd be like, over here in the States, we do things differently. And I would be like, bro, I'm part of I literally live in a state. I'm in one of the states in the United States. I'm from there. I promise I'm USA. Although when I travel in like Europe and stuff, I'm not USA, I'm Hawaii. But, you know, in the South, I'm USA. Okay, so this works. This is kind of a hobgoblin way to do it. But I'm okay with it. I still don't totally understand the whole concept of doing... So count yourself lucky. Yeah. Finnick, if you want more Godot, don't forget to follow. Don't forget. Also, follow LMP here. He's my #1 sub. He's also my last place sub, because he's the only sub that I have on Twitch. He's my lone subscriber. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep saying that. I just think it's hilarious that I have 1 subscriber. It's awesome. Oh my gosh. Well, that was a fun little 1 subscriber moment. I wasn't complaining. Congratulations to CPT, The Great Perhaps, Euphoric Lemon, Code Mora, Code Red Games, Neverknow 247, Armex's Coding, Funkalime, and 3PO Orson. I think those are all people who like are here a lot. So I think that Twitch is like doing something where people who have higher viewership get the gifted subs, maybe. What do you think? I should maybe make it... I really appreciate it, LMP. I've been really hurting for dough, so I can use whatever I can get, man. Those ads suck. So I just actually finished my sub goal, so I guess I'll make another one. Okay, and the next thing I'm gonna do here is I want to do an alert. You got a sub. I got some gifted subs from LMP Games here. I was kind of just joking about how I only had 1 sub, which wasn't like, it wasn't like me. Oh wow, Aaron's here too. Congratulations, Aaron. / The Great Perhaps. Aaron, have you been streaming recently, or have you not really been doing much? I took like 4 months off. You're always everywhere. You and Jesus, right? You guys all over. haven't streamed since July. Yeah. I haven't streamed since November until like this week, of course. Well, the last 7 days, however you want to structure your weeks in your mind. But I've streamed a lot in the last 7 days, and it's been fun. It's fun being back. I got a lot of help from people in chat too, because I don't know what I'm doing in Godot, and there's no documentation. So what you do when you don't know how to use a platform is you just turn on Twitch and you start playing with it, and people will yell at you to do it right. That's dude, for real, Godot 4 is a desert. Like, I've read every single piece of documentation and I still don't know what the hell I'm doing. Good method. Yeah. It's not really intentional. Like, I make it sound like it's intentional. That's not like why. Always works. If you doubt it, Twitch it. Congratulations all you guys on getting subs. That's really great. I'm glad you won't have to watch ads if you're lurking in my channel. Okay, so the next thing, if all else fails, you get a lot of clips. Yeah, I mean, my channel's not the kind of channel that's like entertaining in like bursts, like clip worthy. But it's okay. It's more of a work along channel. Okay, so what I need to do is I want to make it say when a new user comes online now. So in the network, much like I do this net submit chat, it's like company will I code my own stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing, you know. I make it so you can chill while you work on stuff. That's really the whole point. And if you have a question, you can ask me in Disc, and then I'll bring it up, and maybe me or somebody else who's watching can help you or something like that. That's kind of the goal. If anybody ever wants to share code with me or something, feel free. Feel free. Oh wow, I got a clip. Maybe I'll have something for my YouTube shorts with it, and people will yell at you to do it right. That's dude, for real, Godot 4 is a desert. Like, I've read every single piece of documentation and I still don't know what the hell I'm doing. Good method. Yeah. It's not really intentional. Like, I make it sound like it's intentional. That's not like why. With it, and people, I don't think that's a good clip, but I don't think it would make a good clip for a short. If you want to see me freak out though, Godot is really breaking me a lot of times. This is already declared on load, so. So I want to just talk about this again real quick. So you check that it's not null, so that way it covers every single other base. So it'll pass if it's undeclared. It'll pass if it's 0, right? Like, say for example somebody's email was like 0@domain.com. But wouldn't it still catch it if it was equals null? Visualization stuff for data centers. Are you using Godot for that? That sounds wild if you are. What the hell? That's cool. Would love to see some of that sometime. Okay. That is what the else is for. If it is null, the name will be displayed as unknown. Though you don't have it set up right, you need to store the username in a variable and use that as the data object. Let me look at that. Well, if you want to write me out an example, I'll check it out. I don't totally know what you mean. Should be username equals username. Oh, so you're saying I should make a username? Something like this? Wait, I could do it like this. If it's null, then pass. If game data oh. CPT foobar. Basically, I used email for validation and stored it already in locally on the game. And now I'm just grabbing it and using it as a username temporarily just to get the prototype running. So that's what's going on, is I'm just using the first half of your email as like your username, because if you go into chat, right, and you log in, you're the one who suggested it. Well, then I don't understand your question. Maybe you can rephrase it and I might be able to get it. I do remember you helping me with it. But why would you ask that if you already know the answer? Because the method does a lot more now. Oh, so you're saying it might have outgrown it. Yeah, that's probably true, if that's what you're saying. It's okay though. I'm not going to mess with this aspect of the game anymore for a while. This is not like was just the question what the purpose is now. Yeah, eventually I'm going to replace the username with an actual username once I get, but that's like down the road once I get it connected to like a database and stuff. So at least that's my plan long term. So I mean, no, I'm not trying to validate email format. I just want them to have some type of username in the chat for now because I'm going to post this as playable, like hopefully this week. And it'll be like you can just move around and chat and then log out. Like you can't do a lot. So I just want to have a working prototype. That's kind of my goal. Those who know me know that I push more for, I prioritize shipping over optimization constantly. More so, I think, than most programmers are comfortable with. Pass should become username equals game data.email rsplit. Oh, okay. So you're saying I changed the user data in 2 different spots. That actually, game data R split 0. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy that first part. Yeah, we can do that. That makes sense. That actually seems like, from a logic perspective, this has to be a var though, yeah? Oh no, it doesn't, because it's here. So basically I can remove this. No, I need this. That's a separate thing. Actually, structurally, let me put that back at the top, because it makes more sense for it to be up here. And I can put this down here. Because you don't really need to declare the variable unless you pass this test first. Did you add a little comment at the end of the line? Yeah, sure. The L should be username equals unknown. Username 0 equals unknown, right? Var data. Username will be the username string. In a leak, when you look back at your code, you know instantly what the line does. It's an interesting thing that you're suggesting comments. And knowing LMP is here, he's actually suggested to me specifically that I use less comments. Like multiple times. Coming more from, and I don't want to misrepresent him because he's a programmer, but he comes more from the mentality that your code should be self-explanatory and you should shoot for that. For this project, at least at this point, the reason there are comments like this and here are because other people have downloaded my project and edited something and then told me what they did. So that's why these comments are here. And since kind of being influenced by LMP here, I personally try to use less comments and try to just make my variable names and stuff clear. And I do think it's better. But yeah, it's a thing. I would say though, Fubar, that for this project so far, actually it actually does exist. Yeah, you gotta look at LMP's code. I can look at it and I understand what's going on. But I will say that since I'm moving so slowly because I don't know what I'm doing, I already kind of know what everything does, so I don't really feel the need for comments, and I'm not going to forget. There are times where I use comments, and it's one of two situations. One is I'm showing my code to somebody else, and I want them to understand something that I haven't like figured out how to convey clearly. So it ultimately comes from my own like lack of skill. And the other thing is if I know something is doing something like really weird, that's unintuitive, and I just don't know of a better way to do it. I don't think I'll sing a different tune because I've done large projects with code, with tons of code. And I don't think I will say that. No, I don't know how to use Godot. That is for certain, but I mean, I've typed easily 10,000 lines, 100,000 lines of code in RPG Maker and other platforms, and I still generally have the same philosophy, so. I respect your position, but it's not, you don't hold the same position as me. I definitely, with a new code syntax. Yeah, yeah. It's definitely, I do believe in comments. Um, I don't just that's what your code does these days anyway. No, but CPT, I really appreciate your perspective. I think it's an interesting discussion. You know, like how much to comment into your code and how readable your code should be, how long your variable name should be. I don't know the right answers. I do think that LMP's influence on me has generally been positive in the way that I code stuff. So I still use comments from time to time, though. But usually there's another time I use them, and when that's when I need to remember that something's like temporary. Like sometimes I'll make code and I'll be like, needs to get fixed, because I'll be using some kind of like hacked cheese way to do something. So there's 3 times I'll use code. One is when I'm collaborating and there's no way that person is going to understand what I was doing, and I can't make the code clear enough on its own, usually because of lack of skill. And then the next reason is because I'm not finished with something. And then the other reason is because I want to leave it open-ended, that I might find a better way to do something later. Yeah, it's actually done most of my work this week. Yeah, I've been using ChatGPT for writing. Who knows? I've been thinking about trying to implement like ChatGPT robots into this game. Can you imagine you could make NPCs dialogue with ChatGPT and have it like real time? Like you can literally type messages into a computer right in the game and have them like respond to you. So there's for gaming, there's a lot of exciting things that can come out of ChatGPT. You can get the same kind of variety in play that you would in multiplayer, but but it's robots. Just get ChatGPT to play your game. The new game dev meta. Yeah. I'm really enjoying the course of the conversation, by the way. This is some good stuff. I feel like I should make a podcast. I'm so thankful. Like, so many people come into Twitch chats and just say so much dumb stuff. It's just such a blessing when it's just not a bunch of dumb shit in your Twitch chat. You know what I mean? I'm just so thankful. Because yeah. I've seen commanded for this existence. Decades of enterprise code that people were afraid to delete. I love deleting this stuff. Well, thankful for you pulling us together. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thankful for me pulling too. Okay, so what I need to do now is I want to make prompts that tell people when they're coming in. So, everything is sent through network. I like deleting stuff too. So, Don't touch legacy code beasts. I've been there coding your ISPs. Commented out for 15 years and isn't needed. 15 years? It's in the Git and can be restored, so no reason to keep it. Yeah, for sure. Speaking of which, I gotta put this project on Git. I don't know if I'm quite ready yet, because I have it on like certain drives, but I don't have it on a Git database yet, because I don't know. I just haven't done it. Once you do, make people you have editing it fork your repo. Yeah, like when I got help with some of the chat stuff, it would have been better to have their changes, because you can see the changes in the explanations for them. I'll probably create a repo soon.
The most important thing is that we're able to be one-to-one, you and
I just haven't got to it yet.
That's what's important.
Part of it is I didn't really know how I was going to structure the folders and stuff. And it gets a little messy in Git when you don't have your like folder hierarchy set up correctly. If you want to, when you change the project. Easier to raise a PR than type in this box. Yeah. Yeah. I can do like, in the past, I've just switched it to public, and then I'd switch it back after the stream was over. That way you can blame people for shitty PR. Mini a Git project folder. Yeah. Now the structure I'm using is pretty much there with the scenes. So I have like a... There's like a... So the folder makeup is assets, map, scene, and then scripts. It's pretty straightforward. But CodeMora kind of influenced me to make a map folder, because eventually this one will have tons of crap in it. As will this. I'm going to have to like re-hierarchy it later, so... But I didn't even have this like figured out until like this week. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have I don't know how to do this. I'm trying to set it up so it'll say like Joseph developed joined server or joined game. Discord bot done. If we hear any indistinct screaming, I will return. Well, you'll definitely be back then. I appreciate the subs, man. Thank you very much. I gotta change my goal. I'll do that when I come back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys. Thanks. Yeah. This is Godot 4. Uh, most of the code to make the use of multiplayer spawner signals. Yes. I did use the multiplayer spawner and synchronizer for the character. I couldn't get it to work with the chat. It doesn't seem like the synchronizer is very good for a lot of the text. It just doesn't seem like it works. It handles inputs and movement and physics really well. But the text, for whatever reason, it was kind of frustrating. I'm not using a WebSocket right now. I'm a Godot noob as well. What am I using for chat? I don't think it's technically WebSockets. There's a dedicated server. Looks like this right now. I don't have it set up as headless yet, but it's basically running the game and the network part. So I run everything through this network script that has to be multiplayer for now. I'll probably change the way I do that eventually, but that's what I'm doing for now. And yes, it's RPC based. So in the chat script, when you do this submit chat message, this is all the stuff that you want to send, right? It comes over here to the network script and it does this. RPC1, that means it sends it to the server. The server is one, and then it runs the submit chat message function. Yeah, we're using the enet library, which is kind of the out of the box. I don't totally understand how this works. I just know that it does. I'm trying to get the client connected. $1 a.m. Yeah, I was up pretty late last night. I kind of was hurting this morning. But I got a lot done with the help of some of my viewers and friends. Have I read the note.txt? Yeah, I went over it. It was very good. Thank you so much for doing that. I mean, it's one thing to read something, doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to understand it. And I think a lot of people who are like more knowledgeable programmers, they tend to think that I know what I'm doing more than I actually do. What the heck? Why isn't it working now? Oh, I don't have the server up, maybe? Yeah. For me, I would say just pretend I'm like a baby. Because I feel like a lot of people think I know a lot more than, like, I'm better at this stuff than I actually am. That's something I feel happens on a regular basis. I got another clip. No, it needs to be in the login function. Oh my gosh. I don't even remember I get it now. It just needs to be in the login function. Bro, that's how I used to get by when I worked in tech. Just say something that's like not wrong, but it's like kind of like useless and meaningless. Oh yeah, you just it's just a net, it's a DNS thing. Oh, good times. I miss those days. Oh, it's just your IP. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Layer 8 problem. Layer 8 problems. Yes, even the most experienced developer. Oh, bro. See, look, you haven't even done Godot and you already understand GD script, LMP. You already know it better than me. Frick you, man. Come in here and teach me how to use this language you've never used before. This is pretty funny, though. It is easy to understand when you look at it, though, huh? Frick you, dude. You haven't used it before, right, LMP? Hell no, yeah. I messed something up just now. This is probably deals with Python. I would say LMP is primarily a JavaScript dude, although I don't know. I'm sure he can do whatever. What I see him using is JavaScript, I'll say that. Because we're RGP Maker bros. I can't even pronounce. ChatGPT RPG. I'm not really like, as I get better at programming, I don't really see it like I used to when I was starting. Like, oh, I'm a JavaScript guy, I'm a Python guy. It's like, bro, I'm a programmer, dude. Like, I learned what I need to know for whatever project I gotta do. So that's kind of how I am now. But I used to be more like, oh no, I'm this, and I had a very specific thing. Code is code, bro. That's how come. That's why LMP can just come in here and know how to do GD script. Never haven't even tried it before. Code is code. I'm trying to make a join message. That's what I'm doing right now. I don't have any idea even how, I haven't even thought about the logic behind it. I gotta look up the syntax for showing an array in chat in a split is a split in any language unless it's written by morons. You can say it unless it's written by me. Exactly. String manipulation methods are very common in most languages. Yes. Whenever I tell somebody like, oh, I use this language, and they're like, oh my gosh, you use Python, you peasant. I'm like, whatever, dude. There are lots of people who do really amazing things with Python. Just because it doesn't have these like obfuscated names of all of like the functions and the syntax. In the server, you can send an RPC to everyone when a user connects to it. Okay. So we'll start with that. So let's just do RPC, and then I'll do a new user connected. And then from there I can stretch it out and make it so let's try join with another email. It's not working on the other one now. That's weird. Huh. So that code I put in that RPC broke it. Interesting. Why is that so? In the server application where it says on client connected, you can send an RPC with authority to everyone. Okay, I'll try that. Fuck, dude, I broke it. What did I do to break it again? Let's check the debugger. I fucking broke it again. What did I do? I didn't change anything. That will not work. Please define what is that. There is a delay in Twitch. I've done many a things. Or maybe you're talking about what Code Morris is saying? Or are you talking about one of the 50 things I've done in the last 10 minutes? I even told you how to do... I don't know what you're talking about. You need to be more specific, please. I remember you said a lot of things, but I think you think that I understand more quickly than I do. I don't remember what you said. Sorry if that... I wish I was smarter. I do, honestly. It would be helpful in life. My omelet recipe, is that what it is? User connected in message in chat. Oh, you're talking about that? Okay, well, if you want to give me some tips on how to do it, I'd appreciate that, but there's no point in saying like, oh, I told you how to do that an hour ago. Like, if the expectation is that I'm going to remember what somebody in chat says an hour ago, like, you're going to be disappointed. Function on peer connected ID. I don't know what I did. I broke it so where the chat's not working again. So I'm trying to like go back and figure out what I did. I don't remember. I can't even think of what I could have done that would have done that, but I'll try that, Finnick. I told you you're doing what wrong? Me, I'm doing it all wrong. I don't remember saying anybody was doing anything wrong. I don't appreciate being told that I said something that I didn't. I do remember, however, saying that I don't want to do that right now. I'm doing something else. Please, no passive-aggressive attitude. You're talking about me or Varkeys? Yeah. I mean... Yeah, I mean if... Yeah. I'm getting an air of upsetness in those messages as well. I'm trying to just keep it chill, though. What did I do to break this? That's what I want to know. Oh, maybe the server's down. That's probably what it is. Let's see. Connection failed. Hey, that's an indication. Okay, the server had crashed. Code, did you have problems with that? It's not that it didn't, that I broke it. It's that the server, it's a server thing. I think, does it like never crash for you? For me, it like goes down sometimes. It like stalls out. Like I think maybe my computer doesn't like give it enough juice. Like because it's like an off task or something and it does weird shit. It wouldn't be like that if it was dedicated like on an actual live server. I don't think. I mean, who knows really. Okay, so let's go back to what you were saying now that I got it working again. Happens if I leave it open for a while. Yeah, it might be that because I have I have 2 Godot projects open, right? So it's probably, yeah, it's probably I just have it, when I have it open for like an hour or 2, it starts doing weird stuff. Okay, so let's go back to what Finnick was saying. Function on peer connected ID. Well, mine is on client connected. I don't have it on peer connected, but same idea. And then Peer info equals multiplayer get peer info ID. Should I create a singleton? My computer. What this? This is not RPG. I actually don't even know what a singleton is. Like, I don't understand the concept. I read all about it. A singleton for... So here's the on-client connected. This is some of the code that I saw in chat. Let's just unobfuscate it. I guess I could keep it in its own function. It's a script that you load globally. A singleton is, yeah. Okay, so on peer, var peer info, we create a new variable equals multiplayer get peer info.id. Okay, so that's a function that I'd have to create. Var peer address equals peer info.get peer. New connection from... Okay, this isn't the way I want to come about it. It's dedicated server. That's why my debug, like my server keeps timing out because it's on my computer in another instance of Godot. So it's not peer-to-peer. I've set up an AWS dedicated server on other platforms before, so I'm going to use that. This is good. I don't think I'm going to use this. I'll comment it out for now. Really what I want to start with, and the way that'll work for me to kind of understand it, is I want to just say in chat, new user connected. Since you won't change scenes on a dedicated server, an autoloaded singleton wouldn't be of much use. Yeah, unless it's stuff local. Like right now, I'm using the game data for the username, and the email is saved on a game data file, and I think that's fine. You know. let's look at this doc. But it was on the client, yeah, to keep the username locally. Yeah, all I was doing was using it to hold the email so that I could later convert it into a username. Eventually what will happen is I'll save that, the username information on a database, along with other things. But I didn't want anybody who wants to log into the prototype to have to show their email to everybody else who's logged in. Plus, it's just a bit superfluous. It'll take up too much space. So, generating an email from their email or a username out of their email automatically was the way to go, I think, at least for now, in the prototyping stage. So peer disconnected. How do you call this? You just do like peer connected, and then you do submitted if you disconnect. Connected to a callback method. Do I just put like a conditional branch, like an if statement in the onReady for the network or something like that? Here's a function that says on client connected, it connects to server. Set by sex signals. I don't want to read that. I've read that before. Like, I know this probably seems to you like it makes sense. I didn't really understand it. All I want is when this happens, right? I want it to send a chat message. I don't know if I have to use like the say. Or make like an RPC or what. But I just wanted to tell everybody new user has connected. I'm not like you guys. Like, you guys tell me, oh, if you've read the doc, you understand it. Like, I'll read the doc like 50 times and not understand what the hell is going on. You know what I mean? Like, it's interesting that you're like, oh, you read the doc, so you understand how to do it. No, that's not how it works for me. I did read it multiple times, but, you know, I don't know if I'm dumb or what, but it's not like that for me. Like, it's not like I just read the doc and, oh, I know how to do everything. I've read this multiple times. Godot documentation is amazing. 4.3.5. Yeah, honestly, the documentation pisses me off because it tells me like how to do some of the functions and it's like straight up wrong. That happens way too much. Connecting a signal to the editor. Is it like this for you guys? This website like lags my scroll. Like I can't scroll correctly. Object signal name callback method. Oh, you just use signals? I did this for buttons, but I don't understand how you would... Here, I mean, maybe I'll just keep staring at it. Sometimes that makes... That's something I do a lot of. This is... Bro, this shit is for, like, animations and stuff. I haven't been able to get these editor... Like, I'm gonna go on a limb and say that it straight up doesn't work for, like, the text boxes and stuff. Like, I don't think it works. That's why I did the chat box the way I did and not use the synchronizer. Nothing to do with animations. Well, so you're saying connecting via signal code, right? Not signal in the editor. Because let me look back at what you said. Yeah, okay, you did say in the editor. And the... I don't think the editor is going to work. It's not so much about easier. It doesn't have all the functions. Like, I use this for, like, something like this. For button presses and inputs and stuff like that, but not... I honestly don't think it works with the chat. You're just connecting a signal to a function. Yeah, but the thing is that you have less of a library of functions in the editor. You don't have as many. That's why it's different. Like, you can't just access any random function. That's why code is superior for this specific thing. Well, if you're gonna just use whatever function, why not just type it out? It's like one line of code. We'll type it. I think the code is the way to go for this. Especially if you're trying to generate like server stuff, and then you can have a better idea of what's going on. The thing is it tells you to like do a connect ready and all that, and it's like you're already connected. Like, everything is done. Everything is done though, you know what I mean? Like, everything's done. Look, everything's done. It already prints when somebody joins. See, it does it. It says it right there. Now all I need this to trigger something in the chat. I don't care about showing their username. I don't care about using a callback. I already have an on-client connected function. What I want to do is I want to adapt this so that it just says what it says in the chat, new client connected or new. Okay, well, if it is a callback method, then why wouldn't I just use the code, the function I already have set up? Why would I make a new one? Just need to connect the signal to it. Man, I'm starting to get to the point where if I open up that documentation, I want to throw up. I've read like this whole thing. I've read all of it, and I don't understand any of it. So when it's emitted, show us the signal I want to use. I mean, what I was thinking I would do is I would do like submit chat message in the on client connected and then edit the data, something like that. Or do like say, Something like this. But I don't think that works. Can I give argument 1 for... But do you see what I'm trying to do? Something like that. What signal do I want monitoring? Okay, I don't understand what you mean, but... Because I don't know what a signal is. Right? Whether this is like a problem. But... What I want... is I want when somebody connects, I want it to tell the other people that someone connected. I don't care right now if it says their username. I can maybe figure out how to do that later. But right now, I just wanted to say new user connected. Now, I've heard you say signals this, signal that, signal this. I don't know what that means. I don't know how else to put it. I can read the documentation 5 more times. And guess what? Still not gonna know what it means. So is there a specific part of those docs I can read so I don't just read the whole thing aimlessly? Is there like a specific part I can read? So you're saying the editor one, which confuses me? Okay. Fuck it. I'm just gonna be mad for a while, so just don't take it personally. Because I hate this shit. I hate these docs. I've read them all too many times already, and I'm mad about them. So you said connecting a signal through the editor. Here we want to connect the button's pressed signal to our sprite 2D. And we want to call a new function that will toggle its motion on and off. Okay, do I understand this sentence? No. We want to connect the buttons. Okay, I'm not using a button. So this already makes me like, what? I'm using a function. So why do I need to know how to use a button? We need to have a script attached to the sprite 2D node, which we do from the previous lesson. Okay, so it's telling me how to attach a script to a 2D sprite, which to me sounds nothing like what I'm trying to do, but maybe that's just because I don't understand. You can connect signals in the node doc. Select the button node, and on the right side of the editor, click the tab named node. Next to the inspector. Skip to where? The doc displays a list of signals available on the selected node. Okay, yeah, I know about all these nodes. I don't think this is the way to do it, but I'm going to keep going through it. So if I look at the editor, right? And I go to node, there's fucking nothing. You see that? So I don't see how it's even the same. There's nothing here. So it's confusing because it's like, what do you mean? use the editor. It doesn't work. As opposed to like if I go to, you know, like the player animated sprite and I go to node, there's a ton of shit here. This makes sense. So if I follow that example, I'll understand what they're talking about. But if they're saying, hey, connect to a node, and then I go into the node tab here and there's nothing there, that makes me think like, maybe this doesn't work. You know, that's why I'm like, what? Why would you use the editor? I don't understand. I don't understand how this is similar at all. There you can connect the signal to the Sprite 2D node. The node needs a receiver method, a function that Godot will call when the button emits the signal. The editor generates one for you. By convention, we name these callback methods on node name signal name. Here, it'll be on button press. Everybody's saying it's the same thing. I don't see the connection. When connecting signals via editor's node dock, you can use two modes. The simple one allows you to connect to nodes that have a script attached to them and creates a callback function on them. The advanced view lets you connect to any node, any built-in function, add argument to the callback, and set options. You can toggle the mode in the Windows bottom right by clicking the Advanced button. Click Connect button to complete the signal connection and jump to the script workspace. You should see, I'm just gonna say I don't know what is going on, like I don't understand any of this. Click Connect button to complete the signal connection and jump to the script workplace. You should see the new method with the connection icon in the left margin. If you click the icon, a window pops up and displays information about the connection. This feature is only available. What in your code represents a peer? Do you have a multiplayer peer node or something? No, I only have a network node. And within the network node, there is a function that fires when somebody joins. And all I wanted to do is say something in freaking chat when somebody joins. But apparently I have to create a signal, which I don't understand why, but that's apparently what I have to do. So I have to read this for the 14th freaking time and not understand what it means, just like I did every other time I read it. Let's replace the line with the pass keyword with code that'll toggle the node's motion. Okay, so this has a press signal. Our sprite 2D moves thanks to the code in the process function. Godot provides a method to toggle processing on and off. Node set process. Okay. Another method, I didn't know that. That's actually good info. Another method of node class is processing returns true if idle processing is active. You can use the not keyword to invert this value. Okay. On button press, set process not is processing. Okay. The function will toggle processing and in turn the icon's motion on, off upon pressing the button. Before trying the game, we need to simplify our process. Function to move the node automatically and not wait for user input. Replace it with the following code, which we saw 2 lessons ago. Function process rotation angular speed delta var velocity. Okay, it's just saying to turn. Sky does yikes. Thanks for the follow. Very much appreciated it. Go play my game, guys. Give me positive reviews. Func process delta rotation plus angular speed, blah, blah, blah. The complete sprite 2D GD code should look like the following. Extend sprite, blah, blah, blah. Process delta, on button press, set process, not processing. Yeah, I don't know what the peer connected signal looks like. I don't understand why I need that. Like, that's what I'm kind of... That's what I'm like, what the hell? Because if I already have a function in here that checks for it, it's like, why do I need to use this signal? Can I just make something that'll send something to the chat? The signal's already here. That's why I'm just like, what? Why am I doing this? This is a peer connected signal. Nothing's calling this function, but it gets called automatically when somebody joins the game. So why can't I just make it so when somebody joins the game, it sends a message to chat? Like, I don't understand why I need to create a signal. I don't get it. It makes no sense in my brain. Like, why can't I just make it say something in chat in the same... Like, this is what I feel like it should do, where you do like an RPC here, and then submit chat, and then you can just this is just for testing. Let's just grab some random variable here. We'll put client in there. Okay. What does it not like about it? Do I have Discord in your other window? I do have Discord open, yeah. Do you have any variable loaded with the multiplayer API? No, I don't even know what the old multiplayer API is. I've never used it. It's weird because the connected to server works, but the message doesn't work. Are you sending me stuff on Discord? Did you see the script? Okay, hold on. Wait. What was I looking at? In the server, in on server connected, which uses an existing connected signal, var new message. So this is what code is saying to do. Code, you're saying on server connected. There is no on server connected. Yeah, I am running it on a dedicated server. But it's local. On client connected, yeah. That's what I thought. Does this look right? my server's down. Sec. Let me turn it back on. Okay, we're back on the server. We gotta reconnect though for the chat to work. We need Git. Yeah, I'll set up Git after this. I'll just make it public. Okay, so whatever I did with that code, it made it so the... Oh, my server crashed again. Might be because of this new code, I don't know. RPG Maker really doesn't like Godot? What do you mean? What does that mean? Yeah, I think somehow that code like fricked it up, because now my server keeps crashing. Let me comment it out and see if it fixes it. I'm doing RPG Maker. It's called RPG Maker Godot, not RPG Maker Unite. What the hell, dude? Connecting to server. It's not connected to the server now. It's not working anymore. I broke it. This fucking thing, man. It's not working now. What did I do that? I didn't change anything. What in the world is going on here? Oh, this RPC is what's fucking it up. Okay. Probably because I don't have that function on the server, I'm assuming. Okay, yeah, that was it. So my guess is that my server over here doesn't have that RPC on it. No, it does. See, it has the on-client connected here. The ready method. You connected the signals. 19 and 20. I don't see the numbers. Oh, line 19 and 20. Yeah. So I did it all along. Yeah, no, I know. Maybe I just wasn't good at explaining it. There was already something... There was already something saying that you were live. Like, it did it in the... That's why I was like, I don't understand. Oh. At least that's what I felt. I felt that I had it in there already. So I was like, why am I going to add it? I don't understand. Like, that's what I've been saying. I just don't know how to connect it. That's the problem. Hey, look at that. Okay, so from here, baby steps, the only right way to code. There's a, you and I both know if there's a right way to code, that's not the way I'm doing it. So Codemore just sent me that and told me to put it in there. Wait, I'm in the wrong one. So, new message, share message. Where's the share message at? What has data here? I wonder if there's any way to pass their info. So the next thing would be so I want to change what it says and just say like connected. That's what we're gonna do for now. That's how it's gonna be for now. What the hell? Okay, that's not right. Why did it just give me a bunch of numbers? It's the pure ID as per line 32. I wonder if I can just not use the pure ID. I can just say connected, because it already says, like, I just wanted to do something like this. I don't want the number. I really don't. At least not now. Broke it again. Yeah, I don't understand this code. It passed by the signal. ID is passed by the signal. I don't want the ID. I want to omit the ID. I just want it to say connected. I don't want it to say guest ID is connected. I just wanted to say connected. But I don't really understand how strings work. Just don't print it then. What's the issue? The issue is that it says guest blank is connected. Guest 2, guest 1 is connected. I just wanted to say connected. That's the issue. And when I change it, it breaks the game. Change it. Good advice. Because there's a placeholder. I don't understand the syntax for this. Like, it's var equals, is this some kind of array? Do you know what C-type string formatting is? No, I don't. 02D is a placeholder. For what? What's it a placeholder for? Oh! Yeah, that's... Okay, I remember. I remember now. Yeah, this is Godot's script's way of doing strings as a placeholder, and then you put the placeholder, and then you... Yeah, I remember learning that. Okay. That's cool. Let's get rid of it, though. So you can just do, like... That's... I forgot about Godot's syntax. So after I get this, I'm gonna do a leave server thing, and then I'm just gonna work on getting the animation synchronized. So this server's running. Cool. So when you join, it says aloha. That works for me. My Hawaiian heritage comes through. That's gonna be a Maui special. Although that's confusing because aloha is both hello and goodbye. So maybe that's not a good call. Because it's... I want to make one for when you leave too. So yeah, probably make code to chat aloha every 30 seconds. You come back a few hours later, it's just like a wall of alohas. Here, we're gonna try to do this. No, I want it to be... Here, we'll do this. How do you do a parenthesis in the string? Here, we'll do this. Aloha. Hello. I'm translating it for you. You just put it in? Really? There's no, like, code or something? I think you're wrong, but let's see. If you're right, that's cool. I'm not super concerned about getting the formatting right. I just want the functionality there, and then I can figure out formatting later. You think the guy who doesn't even use Godot is wrong? Oh, that's perfect. So now we have Godot. It says hello. And then if I leave, see, I closed it and it says goodbye. Although the program's like stalled, but it disconnected from the server. So now you can tell when people close it, when they close the window. So you don't keep talking to them. Yeah, now if you want to quote, that's a different story. Yeah. That works. You need to escape with that. Yeah. So it's just the same as JavaScript then? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, so that function is added. I have a way to tell when people come and go. Eventually you can add colors pretty easily from Godot, which I'll probably do, but not yet. I don't want to bother with that shit right now. I'm also curious because in the past I've done web games from itch, and itch has some kind of security thing where it blocks it. So I might have to host the client, the HTML client of this game on my own server, which is I can do. It's fine. But yeah, so that might need to be something that I do. I would rather just have it on an itch page, like, hey, look at my prototype. Yeah, but so Foobar, you see how I was, part of it is you don't like know the whole project, but you see how I was kind of like, I don't really know how to articulate the specifics, but you see now that there was a reason why I kind of didn't want to do a singleton. But yeah, it was because I knew that it was already built in. I just had to figure out how to do it. You know what? I'm not going to say aloha. I'm just going to say logged in. So, I'm just going to have it say like joined. Like this. I think that's better. Yeah, that's very clear, right? So if you come in, you're like, for now, I can figure out the formatting later, but I think that that's the way to go about it. It's kind of funny because you control people by saying left. And then they'll start talking bad about you. And then you can do like, you can type in parenthesis left in parenthesis. And then people are going to be like, man, I'm so glad that guy left. I hate that guy. But little do they know you're still there and you can hear them. And you'll actually know how they feel about you. Okay, so that is good. I have the feature that I want. Let's look at my doc. So join message, disconnect message, screen names with chat. And now we're on the player. This is the last thing I want to finish by today. The player. That's what the girls say I am. That's what the ladies call me. Is a player. Okay, enough of that. Well, I'm like finally getting stuff done and everybody leaves. Let me turn off my viewers. It's distracting. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna take a quick break. Go play Familia, please. It's free. Love you guys. I'll be back in a little bit, maybe like 15 minutes. I just need to chill out for a second, get my brain working again. Thank you so far. If I don't see you guys before you leave, thank you for your help, all you chatters. Okay. Oh wait.
I don't know what y'all think, but I think that's pretty.
Okay, I'm back. It's been some time. It's been like 30 minutes. A little longer even. It's okay though. There's something in the back of my throat. I think I have like a cold coming on or something. How long have I been live? Okay, so gotta get this player and this level shit working. So I'm gonna first get it working non-networked, and then I'll move it to networked from that point. So there's a universe scene. Oh shoot, my shed is not working. And this is where the player is. Let's get the 2D view. Let's just put him on. Let's just turn him on. Okay, so it works. Now I have to convert this into like a spawning type of situation. Still work on my other controller? Yeah. Analog movement with slower movement. It's all still working. Okay, so from here, let me look at my player scene. I have to add an instantiator or something like that, or a spawner. So we're gonna do add child node, multiplayer spawner, and then in the settings for the spawner, we're gonna assign it to go here. I actually need. I'm gonna delete this. So let's just hide it for now. That works. So in the multiplayer spawner map, I don't remember how I did the script. And then we're gonna go to the player. He already has a multiplayer synchronizer. That's good. So it should actually work just like that. Okay, so it is working, sorta, but the player is overriding it, so I have to delete that, even though it's hidden. So we're gonna go back over to universe scene. And we're going to delete the player. Okay, so now we're getting nothing. Is there anybody still around? Just out of curiosity. There was a tutorial I used to do this earlier. I'm going to go back to it. It's from like a something dojo. 10 people lurking. Hey, Varkees. No, we're all playing your game. Are you leaving positive reviews? You already did, so I don't know. I need to get to 50, LMP. I need 50. I don't usually keep the view count on. It's one of those things where if you see it, it's like you tend to look at it, you know?
Values. Public visibility means all the peers receive them. Nodes that make certain aspects of networking way easier. I have a little project set up here with the main scene. It just contains a mesh instance for the floor, a directional light, and a menu. The menu has a host and join button, as well as a line edit that takes support
Okay,
numbers.
so this isn't the one, I don't think.
Spawn path.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Spawn list that makes certain aspects of networking way easier. I have a little project set up here with the main scene. It just contains a mesh instance for the floor, a directional light, and a menu. The menu has a host and join button, as well as a line edit that takes support number. In the script, there's a function that handles setting up the server and another for setting up the client, as well as a function that instantiates a player character scene, sets its name to the unique PRID of the player it's being added for, and then adds it to the main scene.
Okay, so that's what I have
The
to
player
do.
character scene has a mesh instance as its root node,
Wait, hold on.
scene, sets, and another for setting up the client, as well as a function that instantiates a player character.
Okay, so that's part of the issue. But still worth the watch. I have seen it a while ago when I was kind of more new to it.
Scene.
At that point when I watched it though, I was so unfamiliar with Godot, I didn't retain a lot of it, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to think about how to do this. Yeah, it doesn't teach Godot. What does that mean? Okay, so this function add player character ID. Did I get this from the YouTuber? Let me check. I don't remember. Add player character. No, function. Yeah, I did. The series expects you to be familiar with Godot. Oh yeah. Okay, so where did he put this? He put it in...
In the script, there's a function that handles setting up the server and another for setting up the client, as well as a function that instantiates a player character scene, sets its name to the unique PRID.
So where's the script? It's in the main?
Script is a function that handles setting up certain aspects of. This contains a mesh instance for the.
Okay, so I would put this in my network scene. I guess. Which is where it is. Scene player, that's right. Print level. This character name isn't gonna work. Player, I'm just gonna make my own. Player spawned. See if that works. Certainly doesn't. Okay, so in his there was an on. On ready. So this is the join that I initially had. Multiplayer, create peer. Let me just look at this for reference. It's what I'm doing here in the on ready. Right, so no. Where is it? Okay, so these both have an add player character function in them. So this you just do at the start. Simple enough. Something like this. Hey, it works. That was easy. So let's see if it works with an additional client. Nope. Wait. Does it? They're not both there, right? Yeah, okay, so they're not interacting with each other. It's because they get assigned IDs. Also, when they're in the map scene, is that like a canvas layer or something? Oh, they're in a canvas layer. So I have to make it so it puts them into the map. Why is he so small? What made him shrink? What did I do that made him shrink? Scales all look okay. Here he looks bigger. It's like something like I'm so close. So right now the player character is not synced. Is it maybe because I don't have that add player function on the server? Probably, huh? So let's look at the server. It's so weird because I feel like I don't know what I'm doing, but I still like somehow managed to accidentally do cool stuff. Universe. Okay, so the multiplayer spawner, does that mean I have to make a universe on the other one? Do you know Varkeys? I probably do, huh? Because I'm calling... Maybe I just have to do an RPC. How did I do it here? Oh, never used the spawner, you don't know? Yeah. I'll just keep messing with it until I figure it out. So add child character. I think I actually have to do this on the server. Let's just try RPC it. See what happens. I don't think it's gonna work, but it might. Okay, so this time I created 2 characters. One for the server. And now I have 3. So maybe if I just add a local host to that, it'll just do it for 1. Cheater. I know, right? Okay, so there's still 2 here. And now this is no longer showing. Oh. Okay, so in the player node, I have to give authority to local only or something like that. If not synchronizer, yeah, this one right here. Okay, so let's try this again. Well, I mean, it's not that I'm a cheater. I already did this. This is work I already did, right? Okay, so that just made it so it doesn't work. If not synchronizer is multiplayer authority. Maybe I should try to give it authority once I have this on. Let's try. Okay, that doesn't allow me to move. 3 character equals 3 times. Oh, that's why you're saying cheater. I mean, I don't even have any type of damage mechanics in yet, but that's coming. Okay, so the way I did this before is you couldn't control the player unless you had authority. But the way it is now, is I don't have a player on the other one, right? So I'd have to run all of this code out of the network. I can't check for authority because there's no player node on the script. So I basically... something like that, right? I don't think I need this code. I don't think it does anything. I'm going to comment it out. And for now, I'm going to comment... if not synchronizer is multiplayer authority. Let me look at the server. Okay, so It looks like I might need to create a node for player on the server. Something like that. Let's see what else I did with the previous client that I took out. So here on host, did a create server port. Now that's all up here. Add player character. So the reason why there's a hidden player is there a way to do like RPC and omit the server? Something like that. Call remote maybe? Let's try that. Oh yeah, okay. So now it only will do. Okay, now I have to give myself control of the player again real quick. Okay, so this all works. There's the two issues of automatically creating a player for the host, which I don't want. Right? And then there's the issue of the authority to move the character. Aliens, yeah. We're getting there. You can get in, you can chat with each other. Oh, frick, it's not working now. I broke chat again. Is my server up? Let me try to restart it. So what's happening now is the server creates a character in addition to the player. And I also... So here you can see the new character from... And now also, now that I've added this, the chat no longer works. So... Tell if the instance of the player is the server or whatever the class name is. Yeah. Well, there's 4 guys. What the hell? Where did they all come from? Army of aliens. Look how bright the light is. Oh, I can like sneak in here. Oh no, maybe I can't. A51. For sure. For sure, for sure. You notice they collide? They can't all stack? That's pretty cool, yeah? They have collision. So I broke the chat again. Who would have thought, right? I know you're probably saying, like, how could you have broke the chat? You never break anything. That's what you're thinking. I know, because it's so true. I'm like first try code everything. That's not what you're saying? Okay, I'm going to try reverse some code. Oh, this doesn't work now. Oh, because I pulled the function out. Okay, so now the chat works again, right? Yeah. Okay, so how did I manage to break the chat with my add player? Try and make it so it's not RPC, see what happens. Oh wait, I don't want that to be uncommented. Yeah, we can just remove that. That was just for reference. This one. Yo, Dave, what's up, my man? Look, bro, I'm making aliens. Okay, so now they're separate. Sorta. So let's talk about some of the features I have, Dave. I have email and password account creation. I have chat with notifications of joining and leaving. And you can also chat with each other. See? And then the next thing I'm working on is character synchronization. And I'm pretty close. Just kind of fidgeting with it until I get it. But after I get this working to where you can spawn the character and move around, I'm actually going to upload it. That's my plan. And make it so you can play it, so you can log into the prototype and talk smack to other aliens. I didn't know that that was a thing Windows does. When you hold a window, it like hides everything else. I didn't know about that. Going down feature in Windows 10. No one asked for that. So is it just like, what if I go like this and I'm like moving it? Oh my gosh, it still does it? So like if you're moving a window, that's so dumb. It shouldn't, it should be like, if you want to do that, you hold it, but it detects if you're moving the window, like within a certain threshold. Then I could see it being like, okay. A lot of times at Microsoft, they kind of think they're too sharp. That's why they can't compete with Apple sometimes, because they think it's like it's not humans who are testing their operating system. They just, whenever they try to like, they got to do what, you know, they've always done, and that's just copy Apple. More and more locked down. Yeah. Like, just keep copying people better than you. The reason you like Windows is because it's not tied to the freaking operating system, and it's like not restrained to the same degree that Mac OS is, you know? That's why it's good. Surprised if they try to say that installing Windows on a system means they own that system in the near future. Oh, that sounds crazy. They'll get the shit suit out of them in the EU, but in America, yeah. In America, we're more open, capitalist. We're more like, whatever you want to do to sell a bunch of stuff, that's what we're going to do. I'm trying to... I think I'm gonna have to zoom my player so he's a little bigger. So let's just do that. Let's move the map up a bit. Okay, I'm in the spaceship now. Oh, that's pro. What the frick is going on down here? How did I manage that? We're just gonna say those are windows. Burp. Okay, yeah, now the chat doesn't work again. Something about this. RPG Maker problems in Godot. For sure. So again, whatever I did in the network here, let me check the debugger. Network to submit chat message trying to call RPC value multiplayer peer, which is not connected. 52. Let's look at that. So I think what's happening here, if I have to guess, Man, why isn't it connected? Oh, is the server up? Oh, hey. Hey. I gotta make it so you can't get in if the server's not up. Do a check. Or if the server's up, if the server's not up, then you gotta go home. Okay. So now I just need to make it so these two guys are in the same freaking place. Gosh darn it. And then I'll have my prototype ready to go. Varkeys, are you there? Do you think I have to have the player in the same place? Oh, that's probably it. I probably need to create a player node. We must come to the future. Right now we can. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do every multiplayer feature as I go. I'm not gonna like try to make this big single player game and then add multiplayer later. That's not how we're gonna roll. Should I try and create an... Is it saying on the debugger that I need a node? There's no errors. I'm gonna just watch this guy's videos. Oh, videos.
A directional light and a menu. The menu has a host and join button, as well as a line edit that takes a port number. In the script, there's a function that handles setting up the server, and another for setting up the client, as well as a function that instantiates a player character scene, sets its name to the unique PRID of the player it's being added for, and then adds it to the main scene. The player character scene has a mesh instance as its root node, and just a child camera 3D. The script attaches a little bit of code that handles the inputs needed for a first-person controller. For now, we'll just use this overworld camera instead of the first-person cameras on the character nodes. So the first node we'll look at is the multiplayer spawner. When a node from the auto spawn list is added to the spawn path on the multiplayer authority, by default that's the server, the multiplayer spawner will add an instance of that node to the spawn path on every other peer. Also, when a peer connects, the multiplayer spawner will add all the existing instances on the server to that new peer's spawn path. The spawn limit is how many of each of these items in the auto spawn list are allowed to be added. 0 means there is no limit. The spawn path will be the main root node, and the only item in the auto spawn list will be the player character scene. And it's as simple as that. When we run the game, a player character scene will be automatically added for each player on the...
Did I do that? Did I do that? Did I make the player character scene there?
instances on the server to that new peer's spawn path. So the first node we'll look at is the multiplayer spawner. When a node from the auto spawn list is added to the spawn path on the multiplayer authority, by default that's the server, the multiplayer spawner will add an instance of that node to the spawn path on every other peer. Also, when a peer connects, the multiplayer spawner will add all the existing instances on the server to that new peer's spawn path. The spawn limit is how many of each of these items in the auto spawn list are allowed to be added. 0 means there is no limit. The spawn path will be the main root node, and the only item in the auto spawn list will be the player character scene. And it's as simple as that. When we run the game, a player character scene will be automatically added for each player on the server side and the client side. It looks like there's just a single player character on the client because they are both spawning in the exact same position. I haven't set the multiplayer authority in the add player character function because that will only be set for the client's remote player character instantiated on the server.
Say that again, dude.
The multiplayer authority in the add player character function because that will only be set for the client's remote player character instantiated on the server.
The client's remote player character instantiated on the server.
It's duplicated over onto other peers from the server is the name property. Next up is the multiplayer synchronizer. The multiplayer synchronizer is used to synchronize properties across the network. The properties on each peer will continuously be set to the values of a scene with the synchronizer that is the multiplayer authority. This will be the locally controlled player character on each peer. I'll first show you an implementation that doesn't quite work, but I'm pretty sure it is the way that the synchronizer is intended to be used and will work in future releases. Maybe I'm just being dummy and missing something, and if that's the case, I'll add an info card to a video with the correct information. After I show you this way, I'll show you how I managed to get it working. So I'll start by adding a multiplayer synchronizer to the player character scene. This will keep track of and synchronize selected properties on the node at the root path and its children. To select which properties to synchronize, you go to the replication tab at the bottom here, and click Add Property to Sync. Then you choose a node, and all its built-in properties will be displayed. If you want your own custom properties to show up here, you just need to export them. For now, I'll just add the position property. There are two checkboxes here. Spawn means the property will be synced when the character is first added to the scene, and sync means the property will be continuously synced at a regular interval, which is set here. I won't get into visibility too much in this video, but essentially it just determines which peers will receive the updated property values. Public visibility means all the peers receive them.
Yeah, this guy, he has a dedicated server video that he uses with, he kind of does it sequentially, like he takes this server and then he adds more to it. So I'm just watching this one to make sure that the base of it is like good, and then we'll kind of keep going.
Next, we need to set the multiplayer authority of the synchronizer. Remember how I said the name property?
Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's what I didn't do. On ready var synchronizer. Where did he put this? It's in his player.
Let's add the position property.
This is in his player.
There are two
scene.
checkboxes here. Spawn means the property will be synced when the character is first added to the scene, and sync means the property will be continuously synced at a regular interval, which is set here. I won't get into visibility too much in this video, but essentially it just determines which peers will receive the updated property values. Public visibility means all the peers receive them. Next, we need to set the multiplayer authority of the synchronizer. Remember how I said the name?
I did that already. Wait. Yeah, I did, right? Synchronizer. Yes.
Get it over to the clients. Since we set the unique ID of the player controlling each character, we can convert that back to an integer and set it to the multiplayer authority of each character's multiplayer synchronizer. Make the character's camera the current camera and only run the input code if the character's synchronizer is the multiplayer authority. server's player character, the position of its remote counterpart on the client is updated. But when we move the client's character, well, that's the part that doesn't quite work. The only way I've been able to get the synchronization to work from the client to the server is if the root path of the synchronizer is not set to the root node of the scene and instead set to a child. The simplest way to do this is to just set the root path of the synchronizer to the synchronizer itself, and then add a script with properties that are updated by the authority. Those properties are then synchronized across the network and update properties on the root node if they're not on the multiplayer authority. I feel like that explanation kind of sucks, so I'll go through it again with another property that synchronizes the character's rotation on the y-axis. In the input function on the root node script, the synchronizer's y rotation property will be set to the root node's rotation.y. A setter on the synchronizer script will then set this value to the property since it's the multiplayer authority. This value will then be synchronized and set on the non-multiplayer authorities. On each remote counterpart, his multiplayer authority will return false in the setter and the value will be set to the root node's rotation.y. Hopefully this video was helpful. If there's a topic you'd like me to cover, leave a comment below. And thanks for watching.
So here's his dedicated server video, which is the next one.
In this video, I'll be creating dedicated server versions of the projects for my RPC networking demonstration and multiplayer nodes videos. These projects will act as a client, so you'll want to have them ready to go. Links to both of them will be in the description. I'll begin with the RPC project. So this starting server project just has a button for starting the server, an input for the port to listen to, and another input for the maximum number of players allowed to join. These inputs will have default values in their text properties, and what they are is indicated by the placeholder text. As with peer-to-peer, the path of nodes that communicate over the network must match the paths on the client, so the scene root is called main. First, I'll create a press signal on the start button, and add the code that creates a server using the text values from the port and max players' inputs as arguments. Normally you'd want error handling here to ensure that these are integers and within the proper ranges, but I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible. Then after the server starts, I'll make the menu invisible. Next, I'll add the code to spawn characters when a player joins. Even though the server won't have a local player of its own, it will still need to spawn character nodes for each client so its tree matches the client game instances. We'll start by creating a player character scene. Since only the node's names and locations need to match, this can be just a simple node. The player character nodes on the server will need to have RPC functions
so you do
that
need a
match the
player
clients,
node on the
so they
server.
can just be left empty. I'll also set the node's name to the multiplayer authority in the ready function.
That's what I
In the
thought.
server's main script, I'll copy over the add player character function from the original networking demonstration project. This last part that checks if the peer ID is the player's unique ID can be removed, since there will never be a local player character for the server. Then I'll copy over the add newly connected player character and the add previously connected player character functions. These functions are only called in the client. They just need to be copied over so the server's RPCs match the clients, so their bodies can be left blank. I'll also add the call remote parameter for good measure.
Okay.
Now I'll copy over the code for the peer connected signal.
Okay, I can do this. This is not too
Over
bad.
in the original networking demonstration project, I'm going to remove the host button and code, as well as add inputs on the menu for the server's port and address. Then reference those when creating the client. Now I'll test it out by launching 2 clients. Lastly, I'm going to make it so the server lists all the connected players. The simplest way to do this is to change the player character's type to label, and set the text property to its name in the ready function. Then change the main scene's root node to a VBox container. Now when a client connects, its peer ID shows up on the server's UI. These will eventually go off the screen if enough people connect, so you'd probably want some scroll functionality here, but I'll get into that in a later video.
I'm going to run
You might
ahead
as well
and
give the
anyway,
server
so.
some control over the clients, so let's give it the ability to kick players. In the theme of keeping things simple, I'll have this occur when you click on the player character node. So again, change the player character's type, but this time to button. Then connect a press signal, and in the function's body, we'll get what's called an enet packet peer by calling get peer on the multiplayer peer with the character's multiplayer authority as the argument. We then call peer disconnect on the packet peer and queue free on the player character. So now in the server's UI,
Okay, this is totally doable. I feel pretty confident. It's basically what I thought you're supposed to do. I think I'm gonna take a quick break, and you know, probably another half hour or so, and then I'm gonna come back and try to hit this and get it all working. So let's play some music, and I'll be back. but I'm running out of brain cells. So, but after I get this working, which I'm pretty confident I will soon, because what you have to do is actually pretty simple. I'm gonna start working on uploading it, and I want to see if I can do it on Itch. I feel like Itch does a thing where it doesn't let people connect. So what I'll do is I'll upload it on on a website of mine, and then I'll put it on Itch as well. So I said the S word. What's the S word? Simple. You're right, Code Mora. Oh, good thing I got some online bros to keep me straight. Well, at the very least, I have a direction. I'm not lost in wondering, what do I do now? You know, like I know what to do. I just have to create a player node on the server and move some stuff around. That's not hard. I can do that. You trigger every time you utter that. I trigger you like in the way Zoomers say it, like you're triggered. Or I trigger like the universe into retaliating against me. Jesus wants to come down and strike me when I do that, right? Both. I love that. The S word. Simple. PTSD. Well, I mean, it's gonna... At least I have something to work on. And once... That was always the plan. Like, once I get it so you can actually move the character around and chat, I'm gonna upload this prototype. And I'm gonna start collecting email addresses. Passively. I'm going to tell everybody who comes in the stream to do it. I'm going to make a video about it. Yep, I'm going to get all the emails on my Firebase account. Telemarketer. Well, I just want to start showing people it, and yeah, if I have something to show people, like, hey, I got this prototype. It's so funny because I'm like not even at the alpha stage. I'm at the prototyping stage. I gotta say though, like, as frustrated as I probably seem, the prototyping stage is like the most exciting stage of game development, isn't it? Wouldn't you guys agree? Like, when you're at the stage where you're just like doing like crazy stuff really fast, it's like the most exciting. When you get into the polish phase and you've been like trying to make a UI element do a certain thing consistently for like 9 years, that's the grind right there. That's the... Maui Scam, we've been trying to reach you about your airship extended warranty required. This game's gonna be in space, so it'll be more like your spaceship extended warranty. That's why everyone is stuck in the prototyping stage. Yeah, because prototype... Well, the thing is, like, somebody who likes prototyping is gonna be like a totally different personality from somebody who likes polishing, right? I'm actually the type of person, I like prototyping. It's exciting. You can tell I'm excited, even though I get kind of mad too sometimes. But it's like I'm engaged, right? If you guys came to my stream like last summer and I was like just doing like the umpteenth million pixel art animation, and I was just like cleaning crap up and testing my game for like the 15th million time. You know, it's like, I'm like, yeah, I can live without this. Finishing game, nah, let me start something new. By the way, the working name for this project is Stormers, because that's what I was gonna do. Yeah, starting something new is good, but I feel extremely proud that I have a pretty good game, like a good game out there on Steam, and people are playing it and all that. Like, it means a lot to me. So anyway, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna take a break. I'll leave the music playing and all that. I'm gonna take a shower actually and then come back. I hope other people finish. I don't finish. I mean, I have you listed in the credits for Familia, so that's your game too, Code Mora. That's your game too. You too, LMP. That's your game too. Because they're my two top contributors, probably. I think. I would imagine so. It might not. Yeah. No. Yeah. You guys are. I hope I would say I'd probably make somebody mad who was also a contributor. But not enough people care. But I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. bother. Okay, I'm back. Whew. I'm a little bit cold. There isn't much hot water. It's okay though. Okay, so we're gonna follow this video. Let's go! Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Okay. How do I look? Do I look really handsome? No. Not really. Oh, whatever. I'm just kidding. Okay. 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 I'm gonna move this over here. So I'll be watching this video while I'm doing the same thing in my own project.
In this video, I'll be creating dedicated server versions of the projects for my RPC networking demonstration and multiplayer notes videos. These projects will act as a client, so you'll want to have them ready to go. Links to both of them will be in the description. I'll begin with the RPC project. So this starting server project just has a button.
Okay, so here's the server. Let me grab my server.
Button for starting the server, an input for the port to listen to, and another input.
Okay, I don't need those.
For the maximum number of players allowed to join. These inputs will have default values in their text
Okay, I don't need all
properties,
this.
and what they are is indicated by the placeholder text. As with peer-to-peer, the path of nodes that communicate over the network must match the paths on the client, so the scene root is called main. First, I'll create a press signal on the start button, and add the code that creates a server using the text values from the port and max players' inputs as arguments. Normally you'd want error handling here to ensure that these are integers and within the proper ranges, but I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible. And after the server starts, I'll make the menu invisible. Next, I'll add the code to spawn characters when a player joins. Even though the server won't have a local player of its own, it will still Building a spawn character nodes for each client so its tree matches the client game instances. I'll start by creating a player character scene. Since only the node's names and locations need to match, this can be just a simple node.
Okay, so I have to match the player character scene to the other one. So this player character scene. Copy node path. So this player character scene is like this. Okay. So it's basically, I just have to create a node called player. Let me just double check here. The network path. Res scene player. Okay, so I have to create a scene folder in here. So new folder, scene. And then new scene. And it's gonna be other node. has it as a player node.
The player character nodes on the server will need to have RPC functions that match the clients, though they can just be left empty. I'll also set the node's name to the multiplayer authority and the ready function. In the server's main script, I'll copy over the add player character function from
Okay, wait, so let me look at that script.
the client game instances. We'll start by creating a player character scene. Since only the node's names and locations need to match, this can be just a simple node. The player character nodes on the server will need to have RPC functions that match the clients, though they
Okay, so I don't need these bottoms ones. I just need the remote set position.
It can just be left empty. I'll also set the node's name to the multiplayer authority and the
Unready. Name equals str get multiplayer authority. Okay.
the ready function. In the server's main script, copy over the add player character function.
Add player character, I put it in network. So I'm gonna do that here.
From the original networking demonstration project. This last part that checks if the peer ID is the player's unique ID can be removed, since there will never be a local player character for the server. Then I'll copy over the add newly connected player character and the add previously connected player characters functions. These
For peer IDs in. For loop. Okay, whatever. We'll just go with it.
functions were only called in the client. They just need to be copied over so the server's RPCs match the client's, so their bodies can be left blank. I'll also add the call remote parameter for good measure. Now I'll copy over the code for the peer connected signal. Over in the original networking demonstration project, I'm going to remove the host button. Over in the original networking demonstration project, I'll also add the call remote parameter for good measure. Now I'll copy over the code for the peer connected signal. Over in the original networking demonstration project, I'm going to remove the host button and code, as well as add inputs on the menu for the server's port and address, then reference those when creating the client. Now test it out by launching 2 clients.
Hey, what's up? Jaden, are you my student, Jaden?
Lastly, I'm going to make it so the server lists all the connected players. The simplest way to do this is to change the player character.
I have a student named Jaden. That's why I was asking you. How are you doing, Jaden? Welcome to my stream. Did you change your name? Because that name, I don't remember it. And it wasn't your first time chatting, so. Used to be Jade Bay. Okay. That sounds more familiar. Okay, cool. Here's my little alien. Still not seeing 2 aliens. I'm working on a multiplayer prototype, and I'm pretty far along. What I'm trying to do right now is get it so that these 2 player characters are controllable and persistent in the same world. Not fitting for you? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, the chat works. There's like an account creation functionality. So as soon as I get it so that you can move it around, so that you can move your character around in space, I'm going to make it so you can play online. It's hard to make those, it sure is. Collisions are actually all messed up now that I'm messing with it. Everything is like off. You shouldn't be able to go this low. It's like the collision box is right on his head. Let me check that out real quick. Player 2D. Oh yeah, it's totally wrong. The collision should be in a different place. It should be right here. Beautiful. You can also control with a controller too. It has the analog, so you can move real slow and then fast. Slow. I had a hard time making one multiplayer mode. Yeah. Multiplayer is hard. I've been struggling too, to be honest. But I'm close. I just gotta get it so these 2 guys are persistent throughout both the server and the client, and I'll be good, you know? parameter data is never used in the function register player. Walkie-walkie. It's been a long time. Yeah. I'm enjoying it, but it is hard what I'm doing. I like analog movement a lot. Yeah, there's a sun down there. You love hot spheres of plasma, fire, and lava? Yeah, don't we all? Kill though, yeah, they give you sunburn and cancer. Yes, a moon. Looks good. Yeah, it's chill. It's just a prototype. These are actually some tiles I made for a different project if you want to check it out. Made it for a game jam project. But now I'm just using them for a prototype. Eventually I'll make more tiles. I'll probably use these in the game because this is kind of the style I'm going for, but I have to make more. So cool. Yeah, like you. Oh, like I'm cool? Thank you. Thank ya. Hey, Kodmar, are you there? This isn't seeming so simple. It seems like it's less simple. Oh, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Let me watch this video a couple more times.
Here's type to label, and set the text property to its name in the ready function. Then change the main scene's root node to a VBox container. Now when a client connects, its PRID shows up on the server's UI. These will eventually go off the screen if enough people connect, so you probably want some scroll functionality here, but
I don't care about this.
We might as well give this server some control over the clients, so let's give it the ability to kick players.
I don't
In the
need
theme
that.
of keeping things simple.
There's not
I'll
going to be
have this
anybody on there
occur when
anyway.
I click on the player character node. So again, change the player character's type, but this time to button. Then connect a press signal, and in the function's body, we'll get what's called an enet packet peer by calling get peer on the multiplayer peer with the character's multiplayer authority as the argument. We then call peer disconnect on the packet peer and queue free on the player character.
What is
Now on
all
the
this
server's UI, each player
superfluousness?
character node is a button you can click, and then the player's kicked. You can see on the client project here that you're getting a bunch of errors because it's trying to send RPC calls to a server that's no longer communicating with. So now for the multiplayer nodes project. The server project will start out the same. There's a menu with a port and max player's input, and start button whose press signal creates a server. The lambda for the peer connected signal and the add player character function have just been copied and pasted from the original multiplayer nodes project. But now the create server function takes its arguments from the input nodes, and the add player character function is not called when the server is started. Just a side note, the degree to rad functions have been renamed. They're now deg_to_rad, so make sure to update those in the original project. There's also a player character scene in here. It's just a simple node for now. Now let's start by adding a multiplayer spawner on the server, set its spawn path to the root node of the main scene, and add the player character scene to the auto spawn list. And that's pretty much all you need to make this work. You'll just get a couple errors on the server because the character nodes here don't have multiplayer synchronizers. To fix this, add a synchronizer, attach a script, and set the synchronizer's multiplayer authority to the character's name converted to an integer. Then attach a script to the synchronizer and add the position and Y rotation variables that are being synced. You don't need setters and getters like you do in the original project because these are just here so that the server and client match. But don't forget to add these properties in the replication interface. Now we can run the server and a couple clients again, and everything works and we're not getting any errors. So dedicated servers are often run from the command line without graphic user interfaces and sometimes hosted on machines running Linux to save memory. I'll cover this in the next video. Hopefully this was helpful and thanks for watching.
He kind of started doing some stuff at the end. I don't totally understand what was
Now
going
start
on.
by adding a multiplayer spawner on the server. Set its spawn path to the o_rad. So make sure to update those in the original project. There's also a player character scene. It's just a simple node for now. Now let's start by adding a multiplayer spawner server. Spawn path to the root node of the main scene, and add the player character scene to the auto spawn list.
Okay, so I have to add a spawner to the network.
Now let's start by adding a multiplayer spawner on the server. Set its spawn path to the root node of the main scene, and add the player character scene to the auto.
So I think maybe the multiplayer spawner has to be on the server. I'll share the video with
Spawn
you.
list.
Yeah, the guy's name is Ditsy Ninja
And that's pretty much all you
Godojo.
need to make the
I'll pop it in chat. He has decent videos. I use them. They're not perfect, but they're good. They're better than what else you can find. I mean, he does a bunch of networking stuff. Some of the better, most clear and concise and condensed stuff I've seen. Okay, so I think all I have to do now is change some of the I think I have to put a multiplayer spawner in the top node. Either that or I have to put the universe node. And then I have to go into network and connect it with the script. The synchronizer is set up. Okay, why is he there? Why is the player there? He shouldn't be. He should not be there because I took out the character spawner. Do I have a spawner somewhere else? A synchronizer, but no spawner. Is there a spawner in here? No. Let me try restart it. Oh, maybe I have to restart the server. We'll restart this one. What the freak? Why is it? Oh, this is instantiating it. So the spawning happens in the network node. So this is doing the spawning. Let me watch the video again.
In this video, I'll be creating dedicated server versions of the projects for my RPC networking demonstration and multiplayer nodes videos. These projects will act as a client, so you'll want to have them ready to go. Links to both of them will be in the description. I'll begin with the RPC project. So this starting server project just has a button for starting the server, an input for the port to listen to, and another input for the maximum number of players allowed to join. These inputs will have default values in their text properties, and what they are is indicated by the placeholder text. As with peer-to-peer, the path of nodes that communicate over the network must match the paths on the client, so the scene root is called main. First, I'll create a press signal on the start button, and add the code that creates a server using the text values from the port and max players' inputs as arguments. Handling here to ensure that these are integers and within the proper ranges, but I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible. Then after the server starts, I'll make the menu invisible.
So he created player inputs on his server.
I'll begin with the RPC project. This starting server project just has a button for starting the server, an input for the port to listen to, and another input for the maximum number of players allowed to join. These inputs will have default values in their text properties, and what they are is indicated by the placeholder text. As with peer-to-peer, the path of nodes that communicate over the network must match the paths on the client, so the scene root is called main. First, I'll create a press signal on the start button, and add the code that creates a server using the text values from the port and max players' inputs as arguments. Normally, you'd want error handling here to ensure that these are integers in the proper ranges, but keep this as simple as possible. Then after the server starts, I'll make the menu invisible. Next, I'll add the code to spawn characters when a player joins. Even though the server won't have a local player of its own, it will still need to spawn character nodes for each client so its tree matches the client game instances. We'll start by creating a player character scene. Since only the nodes' names and locations need to match, this can be just a simple node. The player character nodes on the server will need to have RPC functions that match the clients, though they can just be left empty. I'll also set the node's name to the multiplayer authority and the ready function. In the server's main script, I'll name to the multiplayer authority in the ready function. In the server's main script, I'll copy over the add player function from the original networking demonstration project. This last part that checks if the PRID is the player unique ID can be removed. Since there are character for the server. Then I'll copy over the add newly connected player character and the add previously connected player characters functions.
Okay, so the issue I think was in the ID thing. Okay.
Functions are only called in the client. They just need to be copied over
just
so the
use
server's
ID.
RPCs match the clients, so their bodies can
Actually
be
try run
left
it
blank.
now that I've done that. See if that works already. So here's my... And also in the network, let's change this to ID as well. So I have to give it the player ID. Okay, so how do I get player IDs? I gotta look at my code again. So this submits the chat message to the authority. So this is a function that won't work. To set the character ID. This is hurting my brain. Where do I do that? Where do I figure out? Multiplayer. So I had this before. Let me grab all this and put it up next to the other stuff. So the multiplayer peer creates server. Where is that? There's only one spot. Server port. Oh, here we gotta create client. What does that look like on the... Let's set up client. It's the same thing. Oh, set up server. Player connected, connect. Multiplayer, peer connected, connect. Multiplayer, peer equals server. Server dot peer connected dot connect. Add player character. Okay, so I'm seeing something here. I'm supposed to add the player character from the server. So I'll leave that there. Let me just comment it out. Not from the client. So let's do that. Add player character. I include their ID. Down here I can do ID equals 1. And then they'll be created on the server, which means that they won't be given the default name of 1. ID not declared in the current scope. In this case, it's peer ID. Right? That's what Codes calls it. Don't need that character name. Comment that out for now. Don't need that. Add child. Peer ID not declared in the current scope. Okay, now I need to add a player spawner because I'm doing it on the server. Network spawner. Off to doctors, leave alert. Thank you, Euphoric Lemon. Have a good doctor visit, bro. So I don't think it's going to work, but we're going to see. You can't move yet, right? Okay, that's fine. I'm going to close this. We're going to go to network. Actually, I should have this. This shouldn't be here. This should be game. And then we come over here to game. We're going to put it there too. Now I shouldn't technically need to edit the settings in multiplayer spawner. Okay, so that doesn't work. I think the issue is the IDs. If I had to guess. Wait, I need this. Why did I comment that out? I don't need that. Let's try load it again. Damn it, where is my alien? Oh, I don't have any assets. Wait, do you need the assets on? You don't need the assets on this server. It's got to be something to do with the peer ID. Okay, so these guys are being sent. The server is seeing them as player 1. So it's not. That makes sense. Because they're the same player. So. Okay, so I have to make it so the server is seeing them as different players. That's not assigning them a peer ID. Okay, so that's an issue for sure. They need a peer ID. Where is the peer ID set up? Man, my brain is so drained today.
I'll also add, in this video, I'll be creating dedicated server versions of the projects for my RPC networking demonstration and multiplayer nodes videos. These projects will act as a client, so you'll want to have them ready to go. Links to both of them will be in the description. I'll begin with the RPC project. So this starting server project just has a button for starting the server, an input for the port to listen to, and another input for the maximum number of players allowed to join. These inputs will have default values in their text properties, and what they are is indicated by the placeholder text. As with peer-to-peer, the path of nodes that communicate over the network must match the paths on the client, so the scene root is called main. First, I'll create a press signal on the start button, and add the code that creates a server using the text values from the port and max players' inputs as arguments. Normally you'd want error handling here to ensure that these are integers and within the proper ranges, but I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible. Then after the server starts, I'll make the menu invisible. Next, I'll add the code to spawn characters when a player joins. Even though the server won't have a local player of its own, it will still need to spawn character nodes for each client so its tree matches the client game instances. We'll start by creating a player character scene. Since only the nodes' names and locations need to match, this can be just a simple node. The player character nodes on the server will need to have RPC functions that match the clients, though they can just be left empty. I'll also set the node's name to the multiplayer authority and the ready function. In the server's main script, I'll copy over the add player character function networking demonstration project. This last part that checks if the PRID is the player's unique ID can be removed, since there will never be a local player character for the server.
Gosh, this is killing me. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break. I'll probably stream. I'll get back on a little bit later, but
You over the
my brain needs to take a break. I'm missing something, and it's relatively obvious, but I think I'm just, yeah, I need to recharge. So, but maybe I'll put this project live if anybody wants to. Yeah, let's do that. So, the current most recent one is in downloads. Should take breaks more often. I took a lot of breaks. I took, of the 6 and 11 hours I've been on, I took like almost an hour plus of breaks. So I took breaks. But I want to, I'm going to maybe send this to some of my friends and see if they can figure out what I need to do. Um, I could download the example project. I understand what he's doing. Uh, it's not so much that I can't get the example project to help, but mine has so many different things that I'm applying his method to. It's not that I don't understand what he's doing. It's just that there's a lot of places where I have to check to see that mine is doing it correctly. I may download the sample project later, but I don't want to open up more code. I'm already going to get confused enough right now. So um, basically, it's just a matter of connecting the dots somewhere and I'm missing it, you know? So I'm not super duper concerned about it. I just need, my brain needs to just take a little break. Mandalorian comes out in like 2 hours or something, so I'll probably just watch that and chill out for a little bit. I have some client work to do too, so I wonder if I can upload this via I don't know, just zip for now. Haven't done that with GitHub in a while. I haven't used the desktop version in forever. I thought there'd be like an upload, like in browser. I guess that's not a thing right now. I can do it SSH if I really need to. Okay, so I'm gonna share these. Stormers. Yeah. Okay, Code, if you want to look at it, it's right there. It's public. See if you can figure out how to connect that player together. I'm going to post in chat in the Discord too if anybody wants to help. Okay, let's see if there's anybody to raid. Hawk Zombie. Been having trouble with raids recently. They're like not agreeing with me. It's not letting me raid. Why doesn't it want me to raid? Uh. We'll do overswarm. I guess I'll just turn it off. The raids aren't working. I hate not raiding. Why is it blocking me from raiding? It wasn't letting me raid anybody yesterday either. It's so weird. Good night, yeah. You try to reload the window and then I'm gonna give up. What did I say was not working? The player sync. The code to get the player to sync. That's the next thing I'm doing. Once I get that, I feel like I did like nothing today. Because all I really did was, because Vikays did the chat sync last night, and then I kind of expanded upon that. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to probably be on tomorrow, so I probably won't work on it for a bit. If you have a chance, check it out. But oh, interesting. It's letting me raid this channel. Wait, no. It's not. What the hell? What is happening? Why doesn't it want me to raid the small guys? Okay, it's working now. We'll do Hawk Zombie. Okay, guys. Check y'all later. It's been a blast. Thanks for hanging out with me, and hoping to get this thing up maybe tomorrow or the next day. Should be pretty cool. See you later. Bye.
Access to the last bit where to hide last platform behind the